Ladies and gentlemen, we are now 5 minutes away. We're coming up on 5 minutes to start. At this time, we'd like everybody to direct their attention to the flags just to the right of the 10th Mountain Division, 10th Mountain Lodge for the playing of our national anthem. And with that, we are now under 5 minutes to go. We are 3.5 minutes to our posted start time. Actually, just about 4 minutes for the first athletes to go out. Again, Jake Brown will be that first athlete to hit the trails here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center. As, again, today's athletes going out based on yesterday's sprint results. We have zeroing is complete. All athletes are through equipment check, and a lot of them getting chipped as we start to line the athletes up in the start lanes, as we are now 4 minutes away from the start. 4 minutes to start. And so we are now 1 minute away from start. 1 minute away from start. Our athletes are lining up. We're in bib number 1 is Jake Brown out of Crossberry Common, Vermont. We're in bib number 2 is Maxim Cervenko. He'll be going off 10 seconds behind Brown, and they're going up at 9:01:35. Will be Vekla Cervenka going off again at 9:01:35. So he'll be going 15 seconds behind Germain. Bib 4, Sean Doherty. And then we're in bib number 5 is Bjorn Westerveld. So those are the top 5 skiers as we get set and we're counting down. And we are close to start. They're getting an official word from our official starters. And our first skier is on course. That is Jake Brown, bib number 1. Going 10 seconds behind him will be Maximin Germain. And Germain is getting set to go. His poles are in, and he is on course. 15 seconds. 25 seconds later will be Vaclav Cervenka, the skier out of Lake Placid. And he is wearing bib number 3, and he will be the next skier to head out on course. We'll then have a bit of a break before our next skier. So bib 3 will be the next skier on course. Again, that's Vaclav Cervenka. And Vasek is underway. The next skier in the gate to go will be Sean Doherty. He's going off at 9:02:56, so a minute 56 behind Jake Brown, the first skier out of the start. Looking over the start list and just letting you know, the leaders are the leaders today. No higher math needed to kind of figure out who is in the lead, as the first skier across the finish line will be the winner for today's event in this pursuit format. These skiers doing in this group are skiing 12.5 kilometers today. They'll be skiing essentially, they're coming through the range 4 times, so doing 5 laps there. And as we look at the clock, it's unofficially here, probably about 30 seconds or so before the next skier, Sean Doherty, goes out. Again, at bib number 4. So while there is this big gap here between these athletes, a lot can happen on the range, which makes biathlon such an exciting sport to watch. As you know, the race can change so quickly within the range. And Doherty is on course. He will be followed by bib number 5. It'll be Bjorn Westerveld going at 9:03:11. So Westerveld about 10 seconds from his start. He's wearing the skier from Vermont wearing bib number 5, and he is on course. Wearing bib number 6 is Luke Brown. He'll be going off side by side with Travis Cooper. Those two skiers going off at 9:04:08 on the official clock. And then after these skiers go out, about 50 seconds behind them, we'll be having a mass start of the rest of the athletes as those skiers pull into the start area. And so these are all skiers who are 4 minutes or more in time behind yesterday's winner, Jake Brown. And so they go off as a mass pack. And they are underway. That's Luke Brown wearing bib number 6 and Travis Cooper wearing bib number 7. So those two heading out, seeing if they can track down the likes of Bjorn Westerveld and Sean Doherty, are just up the road from them. And so the next skiers we have on the start, we have Tim Cunningham wearing bib number 8, bib number 9, Eli Nielsen out of Jericho, Vermont. Winner from Minnesota is bib number 10, Aiden Rip. Bib number 11 is Vladislav Kapustin. And so that's the rest of the field in the senior men. The junior men in bibs 14 through 21, we have Tord Shepard in bib number 14, bib number 15, Nathan Livingood, bib number 16, Yuri Vasilev, 17, Diego Shalachi, bib number 18 is Caleb Hunter, 19 is Logan Solander, 20, Al Dawson, and wearing bib number 21 is Braden Miller, and those athletes are on course, along with David Karras, the lone sit skier, wearing bib number 29. So that is the field, and they are underway. We now have a 5-minute break until our youth men will be heading out. Our youth men going off at 9:10, 5 minutes to their start. Our leading skiers in the stadium in the senior men's category. Our 2 skiers coming in. And so these skiers will be heading into the range as they get set for their first time in a 4. They'll be shooting twice in the prone position and then the last 2 standing. So first skier in is bib number 1. And that is Jake Brown, and then he's in the position 1, and position 2 is that second skier. And we are now 2 minutes away from the next start with our youth men. And just update, looking at the shooting, both athletes and first and second having 1 miss, so both of them having 1 penalty loop. So coming down to the shooting, even on the shooting for those 2 skiers, as bib number 1, Jake Brown continues to lead today. As we are now about 1 minute away from the start for the youth men's pursuit. And Cervenka clean. So clean shooting for bib number 3, Vasek Cervenka in the senior race. But we are now counting it down for our youth men. The first skier to go wearing bib number 30 is Eric Anderson from Frontenac, Minnesota, skiing for Bluff County Biathlon. And he's waiting for his instructions from our official racer, our official timers. Sean Doherty fast and clean in the senior men's as he'll be skiing past that penalty lap and heading out for his second lap. Again, these athletes doing 5 kilometers in the senior men's category. So Westervelt in the penalty loops looked like he had at least a couple misses as he in his second. There's 2 more athletes, bibs 6 and 7, in the range. At position 1, that's Luke Brown, and then position 2, that's Travis Cooper. As the field comes in, it looks to be the skiers from that later pack all going out, with Tor Shepard leading the way here in the stadium wearing bib number 14. So Shepard moving into position number 6 as the rest of the field fills in behind him along the range, as long as our sit skier. And we are underway with the youth, with our youth men, Eric Anderson. To be followed by Silas Watson, bib number 31. And that was Watson who actually just missed. I missed the start on Anderson, as we had 3 skiers going off very close to each other, with Dealers bib number 32 going off at a minute 21, and then 4 seconds behind him will be Thomas Vanderkamp, and it'll be Tristan Thrasher 10 seconds behind Vanderkamp. Next skier out of the start will be bib number 36, Wyatt Stevenson, out of Wayne, Maine. Actually, bib number 35, my mistake. Bib number 35 is Wyatt Stevenson. The next 3 skiers will be Stevenson, will be followed by Taylor Carlson, bib number 36. And then Gil Cavalieros out of Newton, Massachusetts will be that next skier as well in that group, before we have about 5 skiers so who'll be going off at a pack together behind them and those are the skiers who are outside of 4 minutes of our leaders. Speaking of leaders, it looks as if we have the 2 leaders in our senior category making their way into the stadium. Bibs 1 and 2 coming through side by side, Jake Brown and Max Germain. Bibs 1 and 2 coming into the stadium. As bib 35 heads out on course. Again, bib 35, that's Wyatt Stevenson. So Brown is shooting in position 1. And then in position 2 is Jake Brown. Sorry, is Maxim Germain in position 2. So those are our 2 leaders. And those skiers are 2. It looks like Germain with 2 misses and Brown with 3. As bib number 3 comes into the stadium, into shooting, and that's Vasek Cervenka. Cervenka was clean last time through, so another opportunity to make up some more time on our leaders. As bib number 37 just headed out, that's Gil Cavalieros. So behind Cavalieros will be the rest of that field, and that completes the starts for this. For the youth men as they head out on course. So Cervenka now this time through with 3 misses. So again, everything out of the announcing booth is unofficial. It's the responsibility of the athletes to keep track of their penalty loops, etc. But we try to do our best to keep everybody else, all of our spectators, updated on where things stand within the race. So Cervenka just coming through currently, that's starting in 3rd and holding that position as bib number 4, Sean Doherty, makes his way into the range. And Doherty is clean. So again, bypassing the penalty loops and heading out and making some time up on the rest of the field. And it looks like we have our first youth men now coming into the stadium. That's bib number 21. Sorry, that's Brady Miller. Is still one of our junior male skiers. Again, in our junior male competition. So unofficially, kind of looking like he is leading the way in amongst that group. That group as a whole went out at 9:05, 4 minutes behind the leaders in the senior and junior men. So he is in position 2, and in position 3 is bib number 5, Bjorn Westerveld. And Brady Miller is clean as he heads past the penalty loop and heads back out for another lap. As Thomas Vandekamp comes in. He'll be in position 3. Position 4 is bib number 32, Belly Delaris, as the rest of the field begin to make their way in this that youth group. Sorry, junior men. And Luke Brown with some clean shooting as well as he heads out for his next lap. And Diego Salachi coming in and into the range. I believe he is leading in the junior men. Sorry, no, we are waiting on some of our youth men. My mistake. Sorry. Lots going on here in the on the teleprompter here in the announcing booth. Again, everything is unofficial unless stated otherwise. As lots of the junior men now making their way into the stadium, or into the range. Again, these athletes, a lot of them going off together out of the start. And a couple athletes shooting clean there. And bib 36, Taylor Carlson, leading the way, it looks like, in the youth group as he comes through on his first penalty lap. So he'll be the one to chase. As Jake Brown, bib number 1, now making his way into the stadium. And number 2, Maxim Germain, is in the penalty loops. He is our unofficially leading that senior men's category. To miss him as Brown came in. So he's going out for his second penalty loop. So Germain heads out for his next lap, having completed 2, having come through the range twice. And Brown now just leaving the penalty loop. So trying to track down Germain. So that's 1, 2. And then Sean Doherty shooting clean yet again as he heads out to track down the likes of Brown and Germain. So Doherty starting almost 2 minutes back behind those two, as some clean shooting and staying out of that penalty loop definitely allow him to gain on those athletes. Bjorn Vestervelt now coming in front of the timing building and heading into the range. Eric Anderson in the range in the eighth position. So we're over halfway through the our pursuit format here, as the skiers continue to make their way, and that is for the leaders. That is because we have a couple of different starts, as we had the senior and junior men going off as one group, and then followed by the youth men going off 5 minutes behind them. Looking at the clock, we are about a half hour from the next start, the senior women start. So senior women, about a half hour from their start, as we look to have our leaders in the senior men now making their way into the stadium very close to each other. Jake Brown heading into the penalty loop, wearing bib number 2. So Brown with 1 penalty, he heads out for another lap. But here comes Sean Doherty, bib number 4, as he makes his way out of the range. And again, another bout of clean shooting for Doherty. So he's now moving up into second place as he sets his sights on Jake Brown just down the road. Again, all this is unofficial, as bib number 1 now just heading out of the penalty lap. Sorry, that is Jake Brown. Bib number 2, my mistake. Sorry, that is Maxim Germain. He is our unofficial leader there just down the road. He probably has about 30 seconds or so up on Doherty. Doherty, who started about 2 minutes behind Jake Brown and Germain. So that is where things stand currently in the senior men's position. Again, all this unofficial, doing our best to keep track of all the athletes as they blend in amongst the multiple categories we have on course currently, as we had the senior and junior men go out together, followed by the youth men. So you can follow them along. The senior men are all bibs 1 through 11, the junior men 14 through 21. We have our sit skier, David Karras, out there as well, and then the youth men in bibs 30 through 42. So when we start seeing some of those bibs come through, as the University of Vermont skier making his way into the range right now, Bjorn Vestervelt, bib number 5. Bib 6, Luke Brown now coming into the stadium. Tim Cunningham, bib number 8, the skier of Craftsbury, Vermont, coming into the range. And bib number 7, clean, that's Travis Cooper. And bib number 4 coming to the line. And that's Sean Doherty across the line. Sorry, bib number 2, my mistake. Bib number 2. Wait, a lot going on here. Maxim Germain, bib number 2 across the line. Here comes bib number 4. A little mistake in my pre-call here. That's Sean Doherty. So that's 1-2 in on the senior men's side. And super close as bib number 3 now coming to the line. Bib number 3, that's Vasek Cervenka. So 1, 2, 3. And here comes bib number 1, hot on his heels. That's Jake Brown. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 are in on our senior men's side. So very close race. All those skiers coming in amongst like 10 seconds of each other. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the senior men's side. So again, those senior men are bibs 1 through 11. The next up, we're going to be looking for a bib between 14 and 21, which would be our junior men's category. So we'll be keeping an eye out there. Early on, it was Paul Smith's Brady Miller with some strong shooting and looking to be a strong contender there. A lot has moved on since then. So many athletes on the range and the course. Tough keeping track of it all. And coming into the finish chute, bib number 5, Bjorn Westervelt, and as he's staying in true to his bib, unofficially in 5th position in that senior men's category. So 5 in. There's about a dozen or so racers in that group, and just about another dozen or so in the junior men. Again, looking for that first bib in the junior men's category, bibs 14 through 21. So they all started about 2 minutes behind Westervelt. It is 9:45, which puts us at 15 minutes. 15 minutes away from the next start. Going off at 10 a.m. will be the senior and junior women skiing 10 kilometers, 5 times around a 10-kilometer course. So if we can ask those athletes begin making their way to get chipped, and so we get everybody underway in a timely fashion. We are now within 15 minutes to start for our senior and junior women. We know the athlete here coming to the line, bib number 6, finishing up his race. And that's Luke Brown. So Brown staying in 6th spot in that senior men's category. So again, there are about a dozen or so athletes in that group as he went out side by side with Travis Cooper. So we'll keep an eye out for Cooper. And then the rest of the field all going out about a minute or so behind them. The chase pack, which included all of the junior men, along with 4 or so of the senior men together. So we're keeping our eye out for our first junior men, and that's anybody bibs 14 through 21 here. But again, a reminder to our senior and junior women to be making their way to get their chips. So we're within 15 minutes away from their start at 10 a.m. And here comes bib number 7 towards the line, Travis Cooper, the skier out of Jericho, Vermont. But just ahead of him, that was bib number 31. And that's Elias Watson. Watson, our first youth male across the line. So Watson with a great ski there. So we're still keeping an eye out for our top junior men, as we've had our first youth skier in with Watson. Bibs 9-11, Eli Nielsen and Vladislav Kapustin headed towards the line. Bib 14, the next skier in, Torsh Shepard. And Shepard looks to be the first junior male across the line. Bib 34 now coming in, Tristan Thrasher. So Thrasher, that's unofficially second in the youth, with a couple more skiers now just behind him. We had look to be Bib 12 in that group. Bib 12 that we welcome in bib number 33 across the line. Bib 33, that's Thomas Vanderkamp. I believe that's top three there in our youth division. Again, that's unofficial, as we'll be getting our updates from our timing crew as the rest of the field begins making their way into the finish line. A few athletes still heading out towards the range. I bet each of those athletes, they are doing 5 laps here, a couple of different distances depending on the age groups. As bib number 18 just finishing up, bib number 18, that's Caleb Hunter. And the next skier coming to the line is bib number 32 just finishing up. Bib number 32, that's on the youth men's side, Valère Delaris. And we are now within 10 minutes of start for our senior and junior women, going off at 10 a.m. If those athletes please make their way to get chipped, as we are now 9 minutes. We are 9 minutes away from that start. 9 minutes for our senior and junior women. Please make your way into the stadium area and get your chips. Bib 17 just finishing up, Diego Solacci out of Paul Smith's. And a great weekend. The first Collegiate National Championships hosted yesterday. We crowned our victors with a nice awards presentation as we look to grow that field with each year. This was the first ever hosting of that competition. And salute to those scholar athletes balancing both their athletics along with their college studies, which it's one thing doing it within a school-sponsored program. It's a whole nother thing in a sport like biathlon, where some of these skiers are skiing for their respective schools, but also managing their training on their own. As bib number 36 coming to the finish line, let's give it up for Taylor Carlson, bib number 36 out of Jericho, Vermont. Bib 19 coming in, Logan Solander, the Tahoe Vista, California skier finishing up as we welcome in our sit skier coming in, David Karras out of Holiday, Florida, skiing with a Vermont Adaptive program, Team Vast. Yesterday after racing, I had the opportunity to ski around the courses and actually skied each of the loops that will be skied today. I will say, I don't know who David did, but David's desire, that last climb coming to the stadium, I don't know who desires anything quite like that. I mean, it sort of feels like the Marine Corps Marathon at the end. They have this, like, just tips up right at the end. Same sort of feeling there as we have a couple of athletes now coming into the finish line. Bib number 35 next. That's Wyatt Stevenson. And behind him, bib number 36. That's Taylor. That is Taylor Carlson, I believe, bib number 36. As we are now 5 minutes to start. 5 minutes to start for the women and youth women. We have those skiers make their way into the start area if they haven't done so. So those are bibs 43 through 55. We need to have those athletes make their way into the stadium as we get set for their start, as we are now under 5 minutes to go for the senior and junior women's start. Bib 38 to the line. Bib 38, Quinn Michaud out of Fort Kent, one of the many Fort Kent Outdoor Center athletes competing here this weekend for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. And again, reminder to our senior and junior women to please make your way into the stadium area and receive your chips so we get everybody lined up on the start line in a timely fashion to get underway for that 10 a.m. start, as we are coming up on about 3.5 minutes away from setting those athletes on the course as the second wave of starts for the morning get underway, as they'll be going off at 10 o'clock. At 10:10, we'll then have the youth women going off, and then we'll have a break for another 15 minutes until the U17 skiers head out on course. But again, at this time, we are now 3 minutes away from the start for the senior and junior women's competition. We are now 2 minutes away from the start. 2 minutes to go for our women's and youth, women and junior women's start. Again, going off at 10 a.m. here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center as part of day 2 of competition for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. As we have another skier coming to the line, bib number 37, finishing up his event in this for this morning. That's Gil Cavalieros out of Newton, Massachusetts. As we begin to start lining up the women as according to the clock, we are at 10 a.m. start, and we are now 1 minute to that start. And we are lining up our senior and junior women for the pursuit portion of today's event skiing. It's going out at bib number 43, will be the first skier to head out on course. That is Deidre Irwin out of Pulaski, Wisconsin, part of the National Guard and the U.S. Biathlon national team. So Irwin will be the first skier to head out. She'll be followed by Grace Constigay out of Jackson, New Hampshire. And then Jackie Garceau from Craftsbury, Vermont. Those are the first 3 skiers out, and then the remainder of the field will follow them about 4 minutes or so behind Irwin. We'll have that group of skiers to head out on course. As we are getting set to send these senior and junior women out on course here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center for day 2 of competition for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. And we are underway. Irwin is on course. She'll be followed by bib number 44, Grace Constigay. So yesterday, Irwin with quite the competition with over 2 minutes over the rest of the field. With Constigay will be the next skier to go, wearing bib number 44, getting those instructions from our timers. As we have another one of the skiers from the earlier field coming into the finish line, I believe that bib number 34, Tristan Thrasher there. And Consigay is on course. Next skier to go will be bib number 45. A little under a minute behind her will be Jackie Garceau. And Garceau is underway, which means we've got the rest of the field will be next to go as they move into the start. Wearing bib number 46 is Sarah Bowler. Bib number 47 is Tara Garrity Moat out of Fairleigh, Vermont. Out of Heber City, Utah, Lena Farah, bib number 48. Bib number 49 is Zoe Mae Noble. Bib number 50 is Raylene Chu out of Verdi, Nevada. And rounding out the senior women's, bib number 51 is Chloe Levins out of Rutland, Vermont. We then have 4 junior women competitors on the start. 52 is Hannah Chipman. 53 is Dulcie Tangway. Bib number 54 out of Alexandria, Minnesota is Kaisa Bosek. And wearing bib number 55 and skiing for Fort Kent as they head out is Bridget Royce wearing bib number 55. And that completes the start for our senior and junior women. We now have a 5-minute break before we'll be sending out the youth women. So bibs 56 through 65, those skiers should make their way into the stadium and to get chipped so we can then line you up as well for your start, which is now we are 5 minutes away from the youth women's start. And looking up behind the timing building, just getting over the top of David's Desire, is Deidre Irwin. So she had quite the lead on the rest of the field going into today, as today's results based on yesterday's sprint, as Irwin now coming into the stadium and heading towards the timing building. And so we are now about 3 minutes away from the start for our next group to head out, the youth women, and have them make their way towards, if you haven't done so, be sure to head in and get your chips as we start lining up those athletes. Again, Deidre Irwin on the range, shooting in the first position. And Irwin is clean. So not only some fast skiing and shooting yesterday, she continues that again today. A little easier conditions than yesterday. A lot less wind out there on the range. As bib number 39 comes in towards the finish line, that's Justin Toisinet coming in, bib number 39, one of the Quebec skiers. So Irwin is in, and as we look at the start, we are coming up on about 2 minutes to start as our athletes now make their way onto the start line. We are now 2 minutes to go for the start of the youth women. And our second skier On the senior women's, it looks to be Grace Consigue now on the top of David's Desire. We're seeing her into the stadium shortly. She's wearing bib number 44, rounding the back side of that and heading in towards the range. Again, Deidre Irwin leading the senior women, shooting clean that first time through. Again, these athletes skiing 4 times into the range, 5 laps, shooting twice from the prone position and twice standing. And we are now 1 minute or so from the youth women's start. And the first skier to go out will be wearing bib number 56. Paige Fieldhouse out of Rutland, Vermont, wearing bib number 56. Behind her will be bib number 57, Tilly Lang out of Lyndonville, Vermont. So about 30 seconds separating those two skiers. Just behind Lang will be Evelyn Hundlick out of Lake Forest, Minnesota. And then a little bit behind her will be bib number 59, Rowan Tangway out of Fort Kent. And we are underway. Paige Fieldhouse out of Rutland, Vermont is on course. That's our first skier in the youth women. And Grace Castigay is clean as she heads out of the stadium, as we have our next two skiers just heading out, with Tilly Lang leading Evelyn Herrick, and then Rowan Tangway just heading out as well. Sorry, that is Evelyn Hundlick. Tangway will be next, bib number 59. Again, everything out of this announcing booth is unofficial unless otherwise stated. So 59 now underway. Bib number 60 will be the next skier to go, and that's Rain Sewell, bib number 60. So Ren Sewell is now on course. Ren Sewell, the bib number 60. Bib number 61 is Haley Finch. And so Finch just behind Sewell there, 2 Anchorage, Alaska athletes. Next up will be bib number 62, Seven Bowen out of Huntington, Vermont. As looking out on it, it's Jackie Garso, bib number 45, to be at the shooting in position 3. So Abigail Van Dorn will be next to go, bib number 63. So after Van Dorn heads out on course, the rest of the field in the youth women's, which would be Claire Pritchard and Virginia Cobb, bibs number 64 and 65, will be going out. And they'll be going out about a minute and a half or so behind Van Dorn as Van Dorn heads out on course. As we've had a number of the senior women come through, as that chase back as Benjamin Cadu from Wayland, Massachusetts finishes up his event for the day, as again part of the youth men category. As our race leader now in the stadium and the senior women's side, Deidre Irwin is in the stadium, shooting clean the first time through. Again, these athletes will be shooting 4 times, twice prone, twice standing. Irwin shooting in the first position in the range as bib number 65, Virginia Cobb, is underway. So that completes the start of, we'll call it this wave of skiers, the senior and junior women, as well as our youth competitors, as puts us at about 45 minutes away from the U17 boys start, which will be the next group to go off at 11 o'clock, about 45 minutes from now. So Irwin out of the range with one miss, still our race leader. At the last time through, in second place in that women's category, it was Grace Constagay out of Jackson, New Hampshire. So those were 1, 2, and Jackie Garceau in third. And then the field right behind Garceau, we had about 4 skiers in there. Didn't catch all their numbers. We'll try to get you updated on that as the race continues to unfold. Bib 56 now in the range. That's Paige Fieldhouse, one of the youth women's competitors. She was the first one out of the start in that group. So I believe she continues to be the race leader in her category as Chipman begins to shoot in the prone position in position 2. And right behind her is Tilly Lang in position 3. So that's position. Those are places 1 and 2 in the youth women. So Tilly Lang out on course. A couple look to be 2 misses. So Lang and Fieldhouse both in the penalty loops. I missed Fieldhouse's shooting, but obviously at least 2 misses as she heads out for another loop. So Katzengay currently in the penalty loop, unofficially in second position in the senior women's race. As she now heads out on course. So Jackie Garso also now in the range, unofficially in third in that senior women's category. And bib number 49 just coming into the stadium. That's another one of our senior ones. That's Zoe Mae Noble. And 52 now coming in as well, and that's Hannah Chipman. So Chipman in one of the junior women competitors. And Jackie Garso looks to have shot clean as she heads out on the trail. So currently, she put her in third position after Castingay and Irwin. Irwin leading the field. We'll keep an eye out for Irwin. Next time through, she'll be shooting from the standing position. And speaking of which, there she is. Irwin now setting up in position 21 on the range. And Irwin with one miss, so some great shooting. I believe that is 2 misses through 3 times through the range. So she'll have 1 penalty loop. That is our leader, bib number 43, just heading into the penalty loop on the senior women's side. So a number of our youth women now in the stadium. Bib number 56 in there, who was the first one out of the start. But everybody's piled up in there. So we'll keep you updated. Next time they come through, these athletes will be shooting from the standing position, in which case it'll be a lot easier for us to keep you updated exactly who those leaders are within these race categories, as we've got a number of categories on course at the same time, as we currently have the senior women, the junior women, and youth women out on course and all mixed in together. So, but currently right now, we do know that Deidre Irwin is leading that senior women's race. She has already cleared the range 3 times. She'll be coming back 1 more time to shoot again in the standing position. So we are still waiting on the second place skier in that group. After 2 times shooting, it was Grace Castingay, bib number 44, who had gone out second. And she will continue. We'll see if she's going to hold that down, as the likes of Jackie Garso, wearing bib number 45, who went out just under a minute behind Castingay at the start. Again, today's starts were based off of results from yesterday, with yesterday's winner going off first and the rest of the field going behind them based on their time differential after yesterday's sprint. With that said, any athlete who is over 4 minutes behind the starter all went out together in a mass start. And as we looked at bib number 44, Grace Castingay now coming into the stadium as she makes your way over the little rise in front of the timing building. And Consigay now in the range, shooting in position 18. So Consigay is through with one miss. So again, matching Irwin with on the shooting side. So that is our second place skier currently in the senior women's category. As bib number 45, V2 in up over the rise behind in front of the timing building. That's Jackie Garceau, currently in third place rather, in the senior women's category, coming in for her third time into the range shooting. Garceau shooting in the position 18 on the range. So Garceau through with two misses. She'll be heading to the penalty lap. As look out now, bib number 43. This is Deidre Irwin coming into the stadium. That is our race leader as she comes in for the final time in the shooting. This will be her fourth bout, as it'll be her second time standing. So lapping much of the field here with only two athletes ahead of her, and one of those in, or two rather, and one of them's in the penalty lap as far as those athletes still on the same lap as Irwin sets up to shoot in the 15th position. And Irwin is through with one miss, so she is now on the bell lap, but shooting next to her, we have Kaisa Bosic, bib number 54. Sorry, bib number 53, that is. That's Dulcie Tanguay. And so Tanguay is our unofficial leader on the junior women's category, as she is the first junior skier through. But bib number 52, Hannah Chipman, now shooting. Chipman in the 17th position. It looked like Tanguay had two misses, so two laps in the penalty loop for her. And the same is for Chipman, as the rest of the field lines up in the range. Including bibs 46, 47, 48. These athletes, Sarah Bowler, bib number 46, and so forth, are now, this is currently, that is in fourth place So Bowler in fourth, and it looks like Tara Garrity Motes in fifth unofficially as they head into the penalty loop. So bib 47 now heading out on course. That's Tara Garrity Motes. That's current. She is in fourth place unofficially, having gone through now and heading out for another lap. Again, Deidre Irwin, our race leader, having come through and shot both prone and standing, which we're now keeping an eye out for our second place skier, bib number 44, would be Grace Castingay. And we have bib number 44, Grace Consegay, now in the stadium heading to the range. This will be her second time shooting in the standing position. And Consegay is through with one miss. So we're still looking out for our third place skier in the senior women's category. As bib 63 now lines up on the range, bib number 63, which is Abigail Van Dorn out of Lake Placid, one of the youth competitors. She looks to be in position 16. As bib number 52, Hannah Chipman, comes into the range with bib number 50 just behind her, and that's Raylene Chu. And Deidre Irwin heading to the finish line, stuck in behind us, and she led wire to wire. An impressive ski and 2 days of competition for Irwin, lapping pretty much the complete field today. An amazing performance for Irwin, the Pulaski, Wisconsin skier, National Guard, and U.S. Biathlon National Team member, just showing why she is one of the world's best and our nation's best as she takes home another national championship here today at Fort Kent for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. So a very impressive ski for Irwin as, again, pretty much lapping all but I think maybe 2 athletes today. So strong skiing and some strong shooting out there for Irwin. So as Irwin crossed the line, we're going to keep an eye out for our next skiers, as I believe Consigue was the last one to go out, having just left the stadium moments ago. So 1 lap to go for her as well. So now we'll be having some skiers lapping, some skiers finishing, and I will kind of keep you updated on who they all are as they head to the line as we complete our second day of competition for these athletes. But lots of skiing still to come today, as this morning we have another start still to come. We are about 25 minutes away from the next start at 11 o'clock with the U17 boys. So 25 minutes to that start for those boys. We'll be calling them into the stadium shortly to make sure we get them all chipped up and ready to go for their competition. Again, going off at 11 o'clock. And then later this afternoon, we'll be having the Masters men and women along with the U13 boys and girls. That start posted for a 1:30 start time this afternoon. As we have some of the junior women now in the shooting, Dulcie Tanguay, as well as 52 Hannah Chipman having come through, and then some of the youth women with Paige Fieldhouse and Tilly Lang, 56 and 57. And here is 52 is here. Here is Hannah Chipman now coming in front of the timing building as she heads into the range. And some clean shooting out on the range for bib number 30 there. Sorry, incorrect. Bib 30 would have been in the men's category. We'll get updated that maybe that was 50 or maybe 60. Maybe that was Rain Sewell, bib number 60. Get the updated. Still waiting for our second place position, and here she is, bib number 44, coming to the line. Let's give it up for Grace Consigue out of Jackson, New Hampshire, bringing her race to a close and taking home the silver medal today in the senior women's category. So we've got 2 in on from this race. Again, we've got 3 categories out on course with the senior women, the junior women, and the youth women. And we'll do our best to kind of keep them straight as far as when their places they come across the line here in the announcing booth. be rest assured that the timing crew has everything correct, as everything here is some unofficial as far as placements and results, and do our best to sometimes miss bibs too a little bit here. And doing our best here up at the announcing booth here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center. My name is Mike Collin. It's been great to be here all weekend long, and keep you updated on what's going out here on the course at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center. And so day 2 of competition, as 3 days of racing here in Fort Kent for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. We finish things off tomorrow with the relay, which should be a super fun event, as we now have another racer coming to the finish line. And it looks to be bib number 61. Bib 61, our unofficial winner on the youth side, and that's Haley Finch out of Anchorage, Alaska, across the line. Bib number 61 is in. So with none of the field in sight, as Finch finishes up her racing for today on the for that youth women's side. So congratulations to her, as Haley Finch, again, the Alaskan cross line, winning that youth event. So we're still waiting to find our first junior woman, as well, as it was Deidre Irwin taking the senior women's category. So we've got 2 winners, 2 of the first place skiers in on the senior women and youth women. And just a reminder to our next group of skiers, their start, as we have our U17 boys coming off, starting at 11:01, the first skier. We're 20 minutes away from their start. So 20 minutes to start for the U17 boys. So we ask that they begin to make their way in towards the stadium area, as we have another skier coming in towards the finish line. And that looks to be bib number 45. Bib number 45, Jackie Garso. And it's good for 3rd place today in the senior women's category. So we have our top 3 in on our senior women's side. Another skier now, bib number 60, coming to the line, and that is one of the youth skiers there. That is Ren Soul finishing up. So Soul in 2nd position in the youth category. So our youth women, our first 2 in. Haley Finch taking that. We now bib number 58 coming to the line. This would be 3rd place in our youth women. Evelyn Hudrick from Forest Lake, Minnesota, bib number 58. So that's 1, 2, 3. It goes to, it's Finch, Soul, and Hudrick as 1, 2, 3 in that youth women's category. So we have another skier now coming towards the finish line. Bib number 65, and this is Virginia Cobb. So Cobb coming in, currently finishing in 5th spot, as she was one of the skiers to go out after that 4-minute mark. So some really strong skiing and shooting from Cobb to move all the way up into the top 5. Bib 53 now coming in line. This is Dulcie Tangway, and she's our junior women's champion, as she's the first junior women finishing up. And bib number 59 right behind her, Rowan Tangay, on the youth women's side. So congratulations to Dulcie, our Fort Kent skier. Some of that home ski advantage, knowing these trails so well. It's a great facility to have here, and what a great program they have in developing of athletes, both biathlon and as well as just special cross country, as we say, Nordic skiers. We have 2 skiers here coming to the stadium, charging for the line. Bib number 52 there is Hannah Chipman on the outside. And as well as bib number 46, Sarah, I believe that was Bollier. Bib number 46 is bib number 47, Tara Garrity-Moats, just finishing up. Bib 48 across the line, bib number 48, Lena Farah out of Heber City, Utah, but skiing for the New York Ski Education Foundation out of Lake Placid. We're in bib number 48, so Farah is in with a couple more skiers now coming to towards the finish line. Bib number 57, with that first skier leading, that's Tilly Lang out of Lindenville, Vermont, and just behind her, bib number 56 is Paige Fieldhouse. And we are now 15 minutes away from the U17 boys start. 15 minutes if we have our athletes make their way in to get their chips. And those are skiers bib 66 through 81. We're going to have those athletes make their way into the stadium and towards the start. As we bib number 49 now coming to the line, bib number 49. And that is none other than Zoe Mae Noble out of Anchorage, Alaska. Bib 63 just across the line as we were taking some care of some housekeeping. That was Abigail Van Dorn out of Lake Placid, another NICEF athlete, and skiing in the youth women's category. Bib 62 coming to the line, bib number 62. And that's Seven Bowen, another one of the youth athletes. And to our U17s, we are 2 minutes from the start of lining you all up. It is 10:48, a little bit after that. So we're going to have those athletes begin making their way into the start area as we start lining them up. Again, those are bibs 66 through 81. Need to be in the start area and beginning chipped as we start lining up those athletes as we get set for the final start of the morning's race with the U17 boys. And then the U17 girls will be going out 11:08, so 3 minutes following the last boys start. As the boys will be going off at 11:05 will be the start of all those athletes who are 4 minutes behind the race leader, who is Grayson Melichik out of Anchorage, Alaska. Bib number 66 will be the first skier out of the gate at 11:01 as we are now within 2 minutes of that start, as we're heading towards that 11 o'clock out. Sorry, 11:50. Sorry, my mistake. I am way ahead of myself. We are about 10 minutes away from that start. As coffee hasn't quite kicked in for the morning, as at 11 o'clock start, we are now coming up on 10 minutes to that start, moving things up a little faster than. Sorry for I got anybody too excited there. As again, we're coming up on 10:50, would put us 10 minutes away from that start. As we have an athlete coming to the finish line. And that was bib number 54 finishing up. Bib 54, that's Kaisa Bosek out of Minnesota and skiing for Paul Smith's college. One of the junior women competitors. You know, unofficially looking at the finishers, I believe that might be second place on that junior women's category. Again, everything unofficial here. There are 4 skiers in that category. We know that Dulcie Tanguay in bib number 53. So Hannah Chipman and Bridget Roysch, the 2 other skiers in that category. And I apologize if we may have missed them on their way in. A reminder to our U17 boys, we are 10 minutes away. We're 10 minutes away from that start for the U17 boys. Raylene Chu just finishing up across the line as one of the senior women category racers. And we are now 5 minutes to start. 5 minutes start for the U17 boys going off at 11. And then we'll have the U17 girls, their starting at 11:08. So that is the next start of the morning. As again, the U17 boys, we are now 5 minutes away from your start. We should begin lining up those athletes, bibs 66 through 81. Reviewing the start order, where in bib number 66, again, will be Grayson Melichik out of Anchorage, Alaska. He'll be the first skier out, with Jack Cashman going 1 minute behind him in bib number 67, the skier out of Red Wing, Minnesota. He'll be followed in third place, where in bib number 68, going 53 seconds behind Cashman, will be Hudson Houtley out of New Haven, PEI. And then we're in bib number 69 will be Alden Reardon out of New Canada, Maine, and skiing for Fort Kent, as he'll be going out about 8 seconds behind Hudson. So those are the top four. And then in fifth is one of the Norwegian guests, as Halvor Flasrud Rushbakken will be going out 4 seconds behind Reardon. So those are the first 5 skiers out of the start. And then in sixth, another 2 seconds behind Rushbakken will be Levin Brenner out of Newton Center, Massachusetts. And then the final skier of the time who finished within 4 minutes of the leader, Malochik, will be John Falshow, bib number 72, another one of the Norwegian skiers. And then the rest of the field going off at 11:05. Looking at the clock, we are now 3 minutes away from their start. 3 minutes to the U17 boys start. And we're lining up our first athletes into the start in this U17 boys category. As we look at the clock, we are now we're coming up on 2 minutes to the start to having that first skier to head out. Looking at the official clock, we are about coming up on 10:59. As we are now 2 minutes to start for the U17 boys. 2 minutes to that start. And so we have 16 skiers in this U17 boys field. First skier out wearing bib number 66 out of Anchorage, Alaska, with yesterday's winner in the sprint event, Grayson Melichik. Bib number 66 will be the first skier to go. And look at the clock, he is under a minute to the start. They'll get the official starting instructions from our chief of our officials at the start line. So he'll be the first skier, and then there'll be a minute between him and the second skier out will be Jack Cashman out of Red Wing, Minnesota. And we are underway with Grayson Melishik. Bib number 66 is on course. Next skier to go will be Jack Cashman. He'll have a minute to have to make up on Grayson Melishik, but we've seen that happen before in the range. So many things can happen here in the sport of biathlon. As Jack Cashman, again, the skier from Red Wing, Minnesota, will be the next skier out of the start. Getting his final race instructions. And he is underway. So that's 2 skiers out, with Melishik leading the field by a minute over Cashman. The next skier to go will be Hudson Hultley. Hultley, bib number 68 out of New Haven, Prince Edward Island, as he'll be the next skier to go. He'll be 53 seconds is the time between him and Cashman. And he is on course. Hultley is on course. Bib number 68, third place after yesterday. Going out in fourth next will be Alden Reardon out of New Canada, skiing the Fort Kent Outdoor Center. And so he is on course, along with Levin Brenner. The bib number 71. Bib 72 will be John Falshid. And Falchett is on course. He'll be followed by the rest of the field, going out at 11:05 on the clock, on the official clock, and that will include a bib number 73, Loris Huth-Alsund, bib number 74, Jared Wilson out of New Brunswick, bib number 75, Nate Lai out of Acton, Massachusetts, bib number 76, Duncan Van Dorn, bib number 77, Jasper Lloyd. Bib number 78, Harmon Gill. Bib number 79, John Derry. Bib number 80, Tom McNeil. And bib number 81 out of Anchorage, Levi Watson. So that'll be the group going off next as a pack, as they kind of chase down the rest of the field. But it looked like we had our race leader just making his way up over David's Desire on the backside of the bleachers area, and here he is into the stadium. Bib number 66, Grayson Melishik. And as Melishik comes through, bib number 67 is now over on that climb as the rest of the field heads out on course, and we are underway with all the U17 boys are now out on course. We now have a little bit of a break before we'll have the U17 girls going off. They'll be going off at 11:08 based on the posted time. So we're going to have those athletes be sure to get their chips and get set, as again, we will be having those athletes heading on course where we have about a dozen or so competitors in that group. So Melisic now coming into the range. As well as now bib number 67 heading in, Jack Cashman in second place. As Melisic heads out with 2 misses, he was in position 16. And we are now about 2 minutes away from the U17 girls. So our race leader on the boys' side going now out, finishing his penalty loops. That is Melisic. And again, Jack Cashman, bib number 67, was the second one out and the second one in the range. And he is shooting in position 2. And we're setting up the U17 girls as we are now within a minute from their start. They'll be getting their official race instructions from our team on the start line. So looking at our U17 girls are getting set to go on the start line. Bib number 82, Megan Lemoyne, will be the first skier to go, the skier from Palo Alto, California. So Lemoyne will be the first skier. She'll have about 30 seconds, 28 seconds over the second place skier, Elaine Hagen Dervermenko from Norway joining us. So we have a group of Norwegian athletes joining us for this this weekend, most of them in these U17 girls and boys competition, as Lemoyne heads out on course. So again, Elaine Hagen Dervermenko will be the next to go. And just getting word, Hudson Haltley shooting clean. Sorry, Alden Rudin shooting clean as the second skier on the U17 girls just heading out. Next to go will be Nora Mohagan, bib number 84, be the next skier out. So it looks like Megan Lemoyne is on the start, whereas we're getting set for these the U17 girls. And she's underway. Bib number 85 will be the next skier out to go. This is Tuva Klett Andresen, one of the Norwegian guests. And Andresen is underway. Next up will be Amelia Kidd from Middleton, Wisconsin. And as we look at, here comes our race leader on the U17 boys side, Grayson Milosic, coming into the range for the second time. So bib 66. Keep an eye on him and where he ends up on the range. So Milosic down in the first position. And Amelia Kidd now out on course. She'll be followed about 40 seconds behind her. The rest of the field in the U17 girls, including bib number 87, Chloe Kohler, bib number 88, Jenna Stinken, bib number 89, Annika Doty, bib number 90, Bridget Perry, 91, Iris Lamp, 92 will be Paige Neclea, bib number 93 is Josephine Lynch-Shattuck, bib number 94, Elizabeth McKenzie. And that group is underway and on course, and that completes our starting format of the morning as we've had all athletes have headed out on course. And just getting update that Grayson Milosic had 2 misses, so he had 2 times through the penalty loop, as he'll be then heading out next on course as he completes, looks to be his second one is done, and he is out on course. We wait. Jack Cashman was in second place after first time shooting bib number 67, as now we have laying down in the he is laying down in the second position here in the range. And then on 3 we have Alden Reardon, who shot clean in that first time through. So Reardon was he's made up a minute practically on Cashman, as they are both side by side in the range as they shoot for the second time. And Cashman out with 1 miss. So bib 69 and 70, Alden Reardon and Halvor Fladsrud Rusbakken as well. Those 2 skiers in the penalty loop, as they both have at least 2. As they're both going through for their third, as we had bib number 83 on the girls' side, Anin Hagen Tverbemenko shooting clean, bib number 83. And so she is our unofficial leader, as the 2 skiers with Reardon and Rusbakken both heading out next to each other unofficially in both those in 3rd and 4th place in the U17 boys. So the leaders in the U17 boys, as well as the rest of the field, are coming in through their second time shooting. We push them halfway through. Next time through, they'll be shooting from the standing position. And we've had our leaders on the girls' side as well, as a couple skiers now just heading in towards the penalty loop. These younger skiers get to rack their rifles, so they get transported. They just don't have to ski with them. They pick them up as they enter the stadium and then drop them off on the way out. As bib 66 now coming into the stadium, that's Grayson Miloshik. He was the race leader, and he'll be shooting from the standing position this time in. Again, this is our U17 boys category out on course. We're at the we've hit 11:15, and so looking at our things, we will be. But lots of racing still to come today, as with 1:30 will be our second race start, as Miloshik stands in the position 21 on the range. And Miloshik is clean. Some strong shooting by the youngster as he heads out and continues to lead the U17 boys. So the next boy we see standing in the range will be in the second place, Jack Cashman, with the second skier out wearing bib number 67. But a couple skiers with Alden Reardon and Russ Bakken of Norway trying to track him down. Was Cashman now just entering the range, making that last right-hand turn to pick up his rifle, and he'll be shooting from the standing position. So Cashman in position 22 on the range, currently in second place in that U17 boys, as the third and fourth place skiers now make their way to get their rifles as well. Wearing bib 69, that's Alden Reardon, and 70 is Halvor Fladsrud Russbakken. So Russbakken in position 23. And Cashman's out with one miss. And Russbakken, it looks to have 3, so he'll be heading to the penalty loop. Behind him is Reardon. Reardon is up also with looks to be 3 misses, so he heading to the penalty loop as well. So Cashman clear of those two, as a little fewer penalty loops for him. As 67 Cashman leaves the penalty loops and heads out on course again for yet another lap. So again, review on the U17 boys. Grayson Miloshik just shooting clean first time through standing. And behind him, we have Jack Cashman, the skier from Red Wing, Minnesota. But then it's Alden Reardon and Halvor Fladsrud Russbakken in third and fourth, as we still wait for the leaders in the U17 girls. As we wait for them to come in for the first time in standing, which will give us some clear indication of the positions and where everybody is placed currently after almost midway through this 5-lap race for these athletes. Again, looking for these skiers, they're doing 7.5 kilometers where they're skiing the 1.5 kilometer loop, 5 times out here, and culminating 7.5 kilometers, twice shooting from the prone position, twice in the standing, as we have two skiers bid number 82 and 85 now coming into the stadium for the youth girls. That's Megan Lemoyne and Tuva Klett Andresen. So those two skiers coming into the stadium right now. I believe those are the leaders on our U17 girls. And bib 82, Megan Lemoyne, is clean, as skiing right next to her, or shooting right next to her. Look to be bib number 83, Anine Hagen Zerbekmo. So that skier will be heading into the penalty loops as Lemoyne is free and clear and heading out. And the race leader on the boys' side, Grayson Milochik, making his laps, a couple laps around the penalty loop as Jack Cashman comes into the stadium. Cashman's shooting in the 24th position. So Milochik now leaves the penalty loop. He is our race leader with 1 lap to go. So Cashman through with 3 misses and penalty in place 4. I believe in position 5 was Reardon. And unofficially, that is second and third in the U17 boys. As Cashman heads into the penalty loop and fall just behind him, bib number 76, rather. That's Duncan Van Dorn. So Cashman leaves the penalty loop. with 1 lap to go, with Rustbakken, Halvor Fletcher Rustbakken going in for 1 more loop as well on the penalty side. And I believe actually he is currently in 3rd place unofficially, bib number 70, with Alden Reardon in the penalty loop with him. Rustbakken heads in for 1 more, as does Reardon. So Rustbakken heads out. So that's currently unofficially 3rd place. As does bib number 83 on the girls' side, Anine Hagen Fehrenbeck-Mekmo. So bib number 83, I believe that might be our race leader on the girls' race. As bib number 82 now coming into the stadium, this is Megan Lemoyne heading over the rise in front of the timing building. And our race leader coming to the line, bib number 66, Grayson Malochik. The great ski and some strong shooting today as our champion, the U17 boys, U.S. Biathlon National Champion for 2024. So it was Cashman last time through holding off a charging Rustbakken. So those were 1, 2, 3 unofficially at the last time through. As bib number 85 coming alive, Tuva Klett Andresen, as I believe unofficially she might be, that's either a 3rd or 4th place potentially on the U17 girls side. But Melichik is in, bib number 66, taking the win, and as we no one in sight currently in the stadium. He started with a minute lead after yesterday's competition over Jack Cashman. I didn't get a clock on him when he crossed the line, but I believe it looks like he has extended that. So sort of following the steps of Irwin with a very commanding win in their respective categories. We're coming up on 11:30, which puts us 2 hours to start through our next start. As we have another skier coming to the line, bib number 67 coming in. This is Jack Cashman across the line. So Cashman in, and that is 2nd for the U17 boys. Last time at the penalty loop, it was 2 skiers, Alden Reardon and Halvor Fletcher Rustbakken, bib 69 and 70, fighting it for 3rd place on the bell lap. We'll see how that plays out as we look out to the end of the stadium. Here he comes, the man in green. It is Rustbakken coming in for the bronze medal for the U17 boys pursuit. And keep an eye out further in the field. And here comes bib number 69, Alden Reardon from New Canada skiing for Fort Kent Outdoor Center as he brings his race to a close. And so that is 4th place there for Reardon. And bib 71, it's Levin Brenner the next skier, and the skier out of Newton Center, Massachusetts. So that's the top 5 on the U17 boys, as here comes Hudson Hotley, bib number 68 in 6th position. And here comes over the rise, bib number 83. That's Anine Hagen Termekmo, one of the Norwegian skiers, and I believe our race leader in the U17 girls. Bib 72, John Fashod coming in. The Norwegian skiers, easily identifiable by their green race suits. And welcome them. Great having such an international field here for the U.S. Biathlon National Championships, with a number of Norwegians as well as Canadians coming south to join us for springtime in Maine. And as we have another impending storm today, hoping it holds off, and so we have clear racing for the next group, our masters and vet skiers, later this afternoon, as well as our younger skiers, as we have some of our U17 girls coming through, as well as Amelia Kidd just coming out in front of the timing building here. These athletes, again, not needing to carry their rifles. They are racked at the entrance to the range, and where they carry them, shoot, then they deliver them at the far end, at which time they're then transported back to the entrance for the next time they are through. But I believe for most of these athletes coming, this is their second time through shooting on the girls' side, as we've gone to the skiers heading into the penalty loop. That's bib number 83. That's Anine Hagen Sverbeckmo making the turn there. And bib number 81 now coming towards the finish line. That's Levi Watson out of Anchorage, Alaska. And Watson is in. And welcome in bib number 77, Jasper Lloyd out of Wellesley, Massachusetts. And bib number 73 coming to the line as Loris Huth Halstead. Another one of the Norwegian skiers finishing up. I anticipate we'll have one of our U17 girls likely coming towards the finish line shortly. As another skier coming to the finish. Bib number 74, Jared Wilson. Skier out of Miramichi, New Brunswick. And coming in towards the shooting again, in bib number 82, this is Megan Lemoyne. So bib number 85 now coming around in front of the timing building. Bib number 85, that's Tuveklet Andresen. If I'm not mistaken, that might be, I believe, second place behind Megan Lemoyne as they head into the range, which I believe the final time, second time standing for these athletes. So we've had a number of the U17 boys come in. We've got another 5 or so of those athletes still out on course, as we'll still be waiting for the U17 girls making their way towards the finish line. And coming to the line, bib number 83, Anina Hagen-Serbekmo, our leader, our champion on the U17 girls, across the line. As bib number 76, the next skier in is going to be Duncan Van Dorn, skier out of Lake Placid, New York. Bib number 75 coming towards the finish line. A skier from Acton, Massachusetts, Nathaniel Lai, finishing up his competition for today. And still lots of racing to be had tomorrow. These athletes will be competing in the relay. So it'll be a fun day of racing tomorrow with that. It'll be another skier coming towards the finish line. And this is bib number 84. This is Nora Mo Hagen, and that's second place for the U17 girls. So the Norwegian guests going 1-2 in the U17 girls. Yesterday, they were second, third, and fourth, with Megan Lemoyne of Palo Alto being the first skier. Bib 79, Jonathan Derry from Lewis, Quebec, across the line. We still have a couple more skiers on that U17 boys side. We've got 2 skiers in on the U17 girls. So the third place podium is still up for grabs on the U17 girls side. And looking at Gill, it's Harmon Gill out of Kensington, PEI, coming in, bib number 78, charging to the line. And again, as I said, we have our top 2 women in the U17 girls, so that podium place is up for grabs. And here it is, our third place finisher, Megan Lemoyne from Palo Alto, California, in the Auburn Ski Club, coming in. And with 2 guests ahead of her, she is the national champion for the U17 girls. That is open to our U.S. athletes. So she champion there, and third overall today, going to Lemoyne. So about a dozen or so athletes in this field of U17 girls. So we got about 10 or so athletes still out on course for this morning's racing. We then, again, this afternoon, we have more racing at 1:30. Bib 80. Sorry, this bib 85 now coming in, Tuveklet Andresen. So that is 4th position unofficially on the U17 girls. Andresen was 4th at the start, so holding that position in today's pursuit format. Again, the way how today's event worked was with the skiers going out based on their results yesterday from the sprint racing. And so that skier who won the sprint went out first, and everybody's differential behind them is how far back they started from those leaders, with anybody who was over 4 minutes behind them after yesterday's racing, all going off together in a mass start. And looking out at the far end of the stadium, coming in, we're going to be bib number 80, Thomas McNeil, skier out of Kensington, skiing out of Prince Edward Island, finishing up his event for today. And so looking over on the U17 girls side, with we have the top 3 in. We have 4 skiers in the top 3 overall, but still skiers vying for that U.S. Podium, as only the U.S. champion going to Megan Lemoyne, as from the skier out of Palo Alto, California. So the rest of the podium is still open to the rest of the field for the U.S. championships. And as we look out, it's bib number 88, Jenna Stankin. So Stankin is coming in 5th overall today, but skiing the second American skier, so she'll be on the podium for the national championships. So the next skier in The U.S. skier in will be on the podium, will be the bronze medalist for today. As we look out, free skating into the stadium, bib number 86. Let's give it up to Amelia Kidd, as she will complete the podium for the U.S. and 6th overall for today's racing. So we've got half the field in for the U17 girls. So we have a couple athletes heading in towards and onto the range. I believe we have all the U17 boys have finished their race for the day. So now it's just the U17 girls on course. Again, looking back at the top three, taking the win is Anine Hagen Sverbenko of Norway. In second place was her teammate Nora Mohagen. And then in round out the top three from the U.S. in Palo Alto, California, it was Megan Lemoyne. So those are the top three overall. But then overall on the U.S. side, again, this is all unofficial, it would be Megan Lemoyne taking the top spot, and second place going to bib number 80, Jenna Staken, and then Amelia Kidd finishing out that third place podium spot for the U.S. National Championships. So we'll be awarding those medals this evening at the awards banquet. We'll also be having a great silent auction, items with including signed gloves from Jesse Diggins, a wax table, some great national team swag. As we look at, we have another skier finishing up, bib number 87, and that's Chloe Kohler, Sobieski, Wisconsin, skiing for Wisconsin Biathlon. And she's across the line. So lots of great items we had at tonight's silent auction. There's also some fantastic items for sale inside the 10th Mountain Lodge. So in the entrance area, a number of Fort Kent Outdoor Center items, some bib number 89 now, Annika Doty coming to the line, a skier out of Lincoln, Massachusetts. So as I was saying, some fantastic items from Fort Kent Outdoor Center, and as well as you go in for the entrance on the second level to the right-hand side in there, U.S. Biathlon selling lots of hats. There's some I believe some hoodies, some other first and second layer pieces, and all those going to support U.S. Biathlon. So bib number 90, Bridget Perry, the next skier coming in, finishing up. So we have about 4 athletes still out on course as Perry brings her race to the close, the Canadian skier out of New Brunswick. So, between races, be sure to head on inside and check out what's on hand and for sale from our friends here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center, as well as U.S. Biathlon. I know USBA has a ton of hats, and everything else is, we like to call it sort of limited edition, as in there's some limited sizing and elsewhere. So maybe you'll get lucky and find a piece perfect that fits perfect for you or for someone you love. So nice pink sweatshirt there as well. So looking out, we got another athlete here coming to the finish line. Bib number 92, Paige Neclia coming in. Skier out of Prospect Bay, Nova Scotia. And we still have a couple of competitors still out on course in the U17 girls competition. Just get an update. The Green Bean Snack Shack is open for business out in the parking lot for anybody looking for a place to grab some lunch today. That's where to head. Again, the Green Bean Snack Shack. Head on up there to grab some lunch, and then come back. Competition kicks off again at 1:30. We'll be having the U13 and 15 racers as well as our master skiers. As we see some colors from EMXC coming into the stadium. Another one of our finishers coming in here. And it's Iris Lamp from Groton, Massachusetts, skiing for HSC Biathlon, but wearing the colors of the EMXC club. And what a strong club they have down there. A lot of the Eastern Cup so well represented. And a number of those athletes having competed in Lake Placid a couple of weeks ago for the Junior National Championships, where New England retained the Alaskan Cup yet again. And the New England domination rolls on there at Junior Nationals. And what a fun event that is. And it's the junior racing, I know at least here in New England, is such a great scene. I get the opportunity to call many of the Eastern Cup events, and just some high caliber racing going on in those junior levels here in New England and actually throughout the country. And it's been so great watching just the level of racing elevate here, and we see that trickling over into the World Cup as well. You know, Dieter Irwin today just having just a dominant event, and her having some fantastic results throughout this season and beyond. And then we're looking in the cross-country side of things special. You know, just amazing with Jessie Diggins taking home a globe, etc. Some great Gus with just awesome finishes in Minnesota and beyond. And just overall, just Nordic as just feel like we're in a groundswell here in the U.S. with Nordic programs from biathlon and cross country. And I can't leave out my brethren to ski jumping and Nordic combined. But things continue to roll on here. A fantastic weekend of competition we have for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. Let's give it up for bib number 94, Elizabeth McKenzie. And cheers going to McKenzie across the line. All right. This is a very important announcement, so we're going to just drop the music here for all competitors who have picked up bibs for the second race. We need you to return those to the bib room in room 35 in the wax building. We need to collect all those bibs. We had an incorrect original start list that we're working from, so we're going to collect all the bibs and then reissue them. So if all teams sort of check with all their athletes, if you have received your bib for this afternoon's race, please return it to the room 35 in the wax building, so then we can reorder the bibs. We'll get them back to you. We've got plenty of time. We've got about an hour and a half to the start, so be sure to get everybody the bibs at that time, and we'll let you know when they're ready to be reissued. So again, if all competitors for this afternoon, please, if you've picked up your bib already, please return it to room 35 within the wax building.
There is a very special joie de vivre, love of life that you see and experience with the people here in Fort Kent.
It's a wonderful place because of the energy of the people and the can-do attitude of the people and the beautiful seasons.
The pace is slower here, the area is very safe, and as my children often remind me, they're very happy to have grown up here.
Fort Kent has been a place that I've always called home, and when my husband had first come up here for the first time, he said this was the first moment that he knew what the word home meant because of how he felt when he came here.
I don't think community is a strong enough word to describe Fort Kent. I really feel like it's a family. It's just a great place to grow up.
I've had an opportunity to live in many different places, and one of the things that is most unique here is the way that the community comes together.
The people are what make Fort Kent. They are always friendly and very helpful, and it's like being part of a big family here.
I would say people up here are looking out for each other. It's not just that they're friendly, they'll wave to you or something like that, but people are genuinely interested in making sure that everybody in the community is doing well.
Acadian culture is warm, welcoming, and that's kind of what makes the area special.
Fort Kent's a community that provides so much opportunity for us. There's not too many places that you can go to where you can ski, you can golf, you can go to another country within 2 minutes.
For people who are active in the outdoors, this is your Mecca. This is the paradise for you. The winters are awesome here in Fort Kent.
There's lots to do if you find yourself adventurous, whether you do skiing or snowmobiling, the Can-Am dog sled races. There's plenty to find to do in the winter months.
Go out skiing all day or snowmobiling all day, and then you go to one of the local bars and have some time to relax and warm up by the fire.
Snowmobiling is a big part of our winter industry, but all these snowmobile trails are converted to ATV trails in the summer, so there's hundreds, if not thousands of miles here in northern Maine. It's a lot of fun.
Summers in Fort Kent are amazing. There's so many resources and lakes and rivers all around us, opportunities to go hiking, to go boating, to go fishing. There's just a nature's wonderland in our backyard, and we're very lucky to have that.
My favorite season is actually the fall season, just because of the colors and how things change so drastically from the beautiful summer to the white winter.
It's just very vibrant and beautiful. There's a lot to do. The food of that time of the year is a lot of fun to eat as well. The colors up here during that time of the year are just magnificent. And I had somebody describe it to me the other day, saying it was like a kaleidoscope of colors, and it truly is. It's just beautiful.
Cherish it while you're a part of it. That's really what it's all about. Fort Kent is a very special place. Great place to grow up, great place to raise a family, great place to run a business. It's everything that you would want.
Good afternoon, folks. This is my wife, Kate, and I'm Tim, and we're here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center, and we're going to try disc golfing for the very first time.
Come with us. It'll be fun.
I have some discs that might be able to get you, like slower discs that you can throw.
Yeah.
So here's 3 different types of discs. Okay. So this would be a driver. Okay. See how there's a thicker lip. Yeah. Okay. This is your mid-range, so a lot thinner. Yeah. This is what I'm going to give you to throw, and then this is a putter. Okay, so you can see it's just a thin. You're gonna putt differently. You're gonna hold it differently. Okay. Good. So let's go ahead. We'll start. Maybe me and Rudy will throw off first, and then we'll show you how. Yeah. I guess how to do it. Yeah. Okay. Rudy, you got any tips for him?
I just saw him.
Any tips?
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep the disc level. When you release. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So first hole, par 4, 317 feet. I'm going to use a driver because I don't have a huge arm. I'm going to use a Mamba. and we'll see how it goes. Okay.
Got through.
Yep, got through. So should be right up there on the dance floor.
And I've got a Queen, speed 14. This is a high-speed driver. Hopefully I don't grip lock it like yesterday.
Okay. When you backhand it, it's going to turn left if you're a right-handed person. Okay. I gave you a disc that the speed and the turn, is gonna. The disc is naturally supposed to go right.
Okay.
We do this for beginners.
Yeah.
Because they're typically going to throw it like this, and it's always going to go left. Okay. So as long as you keep it straight.
All right.
It's going to do its thing.
Okay.
You have to throw it, with a little bit of firmness.
Okay.
Okay.
All
So
right.
like, just a little snap.
Jared, am I aiming for the thing with the yellow cap?
Yes,
yeah, you see the basket?
That's the basket.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then you go up to the T-pad to throw.
Okay. And I'm,
You could either do a run-up or I do a standstill.
Yeah, you can stand still.
Because of my
I'll work up to
Because
it.
there's a lot of different stuff. There's X steps and all this stuff. So you just want to do a standstill.
All right, so.
So you're going to pull it back like this, straight back.
Yep.
Make sure your arm goes straight back.
Oh, my arm is straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when you come through, just go like that.
Okay.
I'm gonna get hit.
Okay, that's called early release.
That happens.
Yeah. So you let go of it too soon.
Okay, so you have to grip it pretty firm.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to, especially with that, don't be nice and light. You want 2 fingers and grip it firmly.
All right.
Yeah.
I almost want to be like pinching it.
Right.
All right. Oh my God, this is so hard. For me! Well,
there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
See,
So we'll let you throw from out here. Gentlemen's rules.
Oh,
there you go. See?
Definitely like to shoot a tomahawk on a uphill stance because of the weirdness of it. It's hard to throw off. Oh,
wow.
I'm lucky.
Caught a tree. Now we're in the putting range. Okay, so the circle for putting, they call it within or outside the circle. Within the circle is 30 feet, or 33 feet.
33 feet.
33 feet. Sorry. So you're gonna hold it a little bit differently than you would say a mid-range or a driver.
Okay.
You're gonna fan your grip like that. Okay, and then you're gonna go from your waist out like you're handshaking somebody.
Okay.
That's how you're gonna finish. You're gonna finish it just like that, like a handshake.
All right.
Okay. So just throw it nice and level with a little bit of power. Yep. And put it right in the basket.
It's like a finesse release.
Yes.
Okay. From the waist. This is the part I know I'm not going to be able to.
This is the part everybody has.
Yeah, if I could putt, I'd be
It's the hardest part of the game. When you're factoring in wind, there's a different disc you use for that. And okay, so that was a bad putt. But the idea.
That's what they call a layup.
It's a long putt. Okay. So.
And now this hole is really got a tight gap on it, so I usually throw a mid-range because that has more control over where it goes. So I usually just do a nice mid-range so I can get a shot at the basket out of the second shot.
There you go.
I really just want to get up on that hill. Nice.
Wow.
Not quite enough.
I think
You're right. The biggest challenge is finding the disc.
Get down. Oh, beautiful shot.
Thank you.
Here, disky, disky, disky.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm a disc golfer. Woohoo!
So he's going to play a round of disc here at Fort Kent. You know, great time. Brought Tim and Kate around, kind of taught them the ropes and how to play disc and the types of discs we use and the type of throws. I was able to meet Rudy today. It's a great, you know, place to meet people. You know, just fun being in nature and hanging around with, you know, with new people and having a good time. So definitely come up and play. It's a really good time, good workout.
Absolutely. I didn't even know this guy until today, and we'll definitely be coming out playing. Great for meeting people, great for getting out in nature, just good time all around.
I'm really excited to have a disc golf course in Fort Kent. It's the course they've built here is just incredible. It's really hilly. There's a lot of diversity of shots, which is important for a quality disc golf course. And you know, it was all done with volunteer work, and yeah, I'm just thrilled to have it here. I'm not originally from Fort Kent, so it's really nice for there to be this sport, which I love here.
Rudy, you play tomorrow still? Or
play another round?
All right, so I'm Laura. I'm Melina.
And I'm Vanessa. And we just got done disc golfing.
It was really good exercise. Working on the forehand.
All kinds of techniques. We had a good time.
It was really fun. And I'm pretty bad, but...
Yeah, I was worse.
Hey Tim, how are you? Welcome to Fort Kent Outdoor Center. My name's Carl Terrio, the president of the center. We have this great new offering here called disc golf. A lot of people don't know what the heck that means. It's a game that you play just like golf. We got 18 holes, but you got something that looks like a disc, like a frisbee. And it's really fun. I've seen lots of families out here. I've seen lots of gals together, bunch of nurses, bunch of guys come out. It's a very social sport. It's a lot of fun. It is an exercise course because you do get out there and you need to climb a couple of hills and go down a couple of hills, but it would probably take you about an hour and a half to get around the whole course. Nothing really special. You just got to throw a disc in a catcher and you take one shot, see how close you get. You take another shot, see how close you get. Same as golf. It's got pars on the course, par 4s, par 3s. It's a great time, especially on a day like today. It's a great time to get out and just be with friends and socialize and have a good time and get some exercise at the same time. So come on up to Fort Kent Outdoor Center. It's a new offering we have. We're just trying to get more people to use our facility. It's a great place. It's lots of fun, and especially with the leaves turning right now, it's a perfect time to get out and play.
And so we're getting set to go for get things rolling for the next event. Zero will be opening up at 1 o'clock, so we're about 25 minutes away from that. In the meantime, though, there are a couple people that have not picked up their bibs. If you haven't done so, please head to the room 35 in the Wax Building to pick up your bibs. We've got several competitors for this afternoon's Vet, Master, and U13-15 competitors who have not picked up their bibs. I'd like to thank everybody their cooperation in turning their bibs in and having to be reissued. Seems like that had gone fairly smoothly, so thanks to all our competitors and the crack crew here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center, getting that turned around quickly, so we'll be back on track with racing. Just again, a reminder, everything pushed back by 30 minutes as our athletes, a bunch of the veterans lined up for getting set for their equipment check as they're chomping at the bit to get in for zero, as we're just a little over 20 minutes from opening the range. But again, everything pushed back. 2 o'clock, we get underway with the second race of the day here for day 2 of competition for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. We are now hit 12:45, which means zero will open in about 15 minutes as the athletes are making their way through equipment check. It's all the vets and masters. This is all old hat for so many of them, so appreciate them getting through that in a timely manner. As we get set for the next start, we're an hour and 15 minutes away from that start at 2 o'clock. And again, zero will open in about 15 minutes at 1 o'clock for our masters, vets, and U13 and U15 competitors as day 2 rolls along here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. So all those competitors who have yet to pick up their bib, the bibs will be at equipment check. You'll be able to grab your bibs there. I know there's a few outstanding. Most everybody have already gotten their bibs, but if you haven't yet, you'll be able to pick that up before heading through equipment check. So again, any competitors not picking up bibs, you can do so at equipment check. We are now coming up in about 10 minutes away from opening the range for 0. We're about 10 minutes away. We'll give that official word. Again, that taking place at 1 o'clock. Again, for just a reminder, for those of you who might have just arrived, we pushed everything back by 30 minutes. And so racing starting off at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, 2 o'clock with 0 starting at 1 o'clock. So 0 in at 1 o'clock, race start 2 o'clock, the second race of the day, or second start of the day rather, as we had all of our junior, senior men and women, as well as the youth and U17 boys and girls. And some fantastic racing earlier today, some great conditions for biathlon after yesterday's tough wind. Today that definitely died down. The course in great shape, definitely fast out there, and some great shooting and skiing this morning. And we hope the snow will continue to hold off here a bit, as again we are now coming up on we're about an hour and a bit from start at 2 o'clock, and I'll be opening 0 shortly. But in the meantime, quick announcement and reminder: if you haven't picked up your bib, you can do so at equipment check on your way into the start. Again, bibs will be available at equipment check for any athletes who have not picked up their bibs as of yet. just hearing the whistle out on the range, meaning 0 is open. It is 1 o'clock. 0 is open. We're 1 hour away from start, and 0 will be open for 50 minutes as the athletes zero in their sights. So when comes time in shooting, they're all set to go. And again, a lot calmer today. The flag's moving just slightly out in the on the range. The bigger impact and concern right now is the snow. It looks to have let up a bit. We're still seeing some flakes coming in, but hopefully that will hold off for these athletes, as definitely slows things down a bit with new fallen snow, and as well as being a challenge sometimes with visibility on the range. So anyway, snow falling here as we get set for the second race of the day. We're about an hour away from that for the Vets, Masters, and our U13-15 athletes here for day 2 of competition of the U.S. National Biathlon Championships. So we have zero is open, but we have several athletes yet to pick up their bibs. So if we could have Declan Huntley, Fred Call, and Scott Thomas all make their way towards equipment check, as we have your bibs there, and we'd like to get those to you in a timely manner so we get you out on the range, and you can zero in. As again, now looking at the clock, we're coming up on 1:10, so there's still about a little over 40 minutes left in zero, and we're coming up on 50 minutes to the start for the next event, the race 2 of day 2 of competition here at the U.S. Biathlon National Championships. And we are now 20 minutes away from start, 20 minutes away from the start for the second pursuit of the day. Today's masters and youth skiers going off in 5-second intervals. So it's going to be busy on the start. They're just going off based on their result placement, not on time as it was in the earlier races. So again, 5-second intervals for our masters men, women, and our youth 13, 15 boys and girls starting off at 2 o'clock. We're 20 minutes away from that start, which means that zero is open for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes left in open, and this time our first athletes start to begin thinking about getting their chips if they haven't done so yet, as we want to give all our skiers plenty of time to get their chips and get to the start. As I'll be starting off with bib 101. Guillaume Bertrand will be the first skier out, and will be followed by about another 24 or so of masters skiers. So anyway, those are the first skiers out, and we get underway with racing here momentarily, as we are now less than 20 minutes for the second race of the day here at the U.S. Biathlon National Championships. And we are now 15 minutes away from the start. 15 minutes to start with our first group, our master men, going off at 2 o'clock, 15 minutes, which means there's 5 minutes left in zero. And we get underway with our second race of the day as the snow picks up here in the stadium at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center. And so these athletes dealt with the wind yesterday and a little bit of the snow today. Visibility still looks pretty good out on the range, and the snow hasn't really begun to accumulate on the trails yet. But the storm's supposed to intensify a bit as the afternoon and evening goes on, up to a foot plus here in Fort Kent. As I said earlier, I got the report back home in Portland that over 6 inches, and that was out of about an hour or so or more ago. So some more snow falling there, and of course rain from there on south essentially. But here it is all snow. Winter is back as we get set for day 2 of competition, as we're halfway through today's events for the U.S. Biathlon National Championships. Just a couple quick reminders for everybody. Lots of great items up for sale inside the lodge, where Fort Kent Outdoor Center swag. You get some logoed items, some t-shirts, and some other memorabilia. And then also U.S. Biathlon selling hats, and there are a couple of sweatshirts and leggings, etc. And maybe you'll be one of the lucky few where they've got the right size for you. And then this evening at the banquet at 5:30 this evening, there will be a silent auction where, along with a pair of gloves signed by Jesse Diggins, a wax table, an wax iron set, as well as some Swix line jeans, and then lots of swag from various national teams, from the U.S. ski team as well as USBA. So as we look at the clock, we are now about 12 minutes or so to go as we get set to send our Masters and U13 and U15 boys and girls out on course. And also, just a reminder, we are all set to start giving out chips. So those athletes, please head over there to pick up your chip. Again, as we are now 12 minutes or so from the start, want to make sure everybody has their chips in time and get everybody lined up, as it is going to be fast out and busy in the start area. Skiers going off in 5-second intervals. So there'll be an athlete going out every 5 seconds. For the Masters men will be first one out. We'll then have a little bit of a break after about a minute and a half of starts when we move into the Masters men, and then we move into the Masters women, and then on to our U13 and 15 boys with some breaks in between. And the whistle just blown out on the range, meaning the range is closed and 0 is complete, and we are 10 minutes away from the Masters start. And so being within 10 minutes to the start, we do ask that our Masters men in the Group 1, bibs 101 through 116, please make your way over to get your chips so we can begin lining you up. We have a little bit of time. We are now under 10 minutes away from the start. But again, like to get everybody their chips in a timely fashion. So bibs 101 through 116, begin making your way to the start area to get your chips. And we are now 5 minutes away from the start. 5 minutes to start. Actually 6 because we're going at 2:01 with the first skier to head out. But we are 5 minutes away from 2 o'clock, the posted race start time. But 1 minute more for that first racer to head out. And wearing bib number 101 this afternoon will be Guillaume Biathlon going off at 1 minute after 2 o'clock, and then we're going off in 5-second intervals. So after Biathlon, Peter Weil will be the next skier to go, bib number 102. Hugh Pritchard will be bib number 103, and then Scott Boutonnet will be bib number 104. So those are the first 4 skiers going out and they all go out within 15 seconds of each other. So it's going to be tight out there and busy on the course, as our Masters men will be the first skiers to hit the trails here. And looking at the clock, we are now 6 minutes. We are now 5 minutes from that first skier to head out. As looking at the official clock, we are 4 minutes from the hour, and we get set. So those athletes, as they haven't yet, bibs 101 through 116, please pick up your chips. And the next group racers in the Masters Men 2 start, bibs 118 to 127, should as well start making their way into the start area and pick up their race chips as well. So the way the starts are going to be going, at 1 past the 2 o'clock hour will be our Masters Men. At 2:05 will be the Masters Men 2. At 2:10 we'll be setting off the Masters Women, and then there'll be a 20-minute break before we'll be setting off the U13-15 boys at 2:30, with the U13-15 girls going off at 2:35. And we're now 3 minutes away to setting our first skier out on course, as our starters get everything set, get everybody lined up, as they'll be getting their official starting commands from our start officials on the start line. Look at our first 3 skiers lining up. Bib number 101 is Guillaume Bertrand. Bib number 102 will be Peter Weil. Bib number 103, Hugh Pritchard. Those will be the first 3 skiers going separated by 5 seconds each. And we're coming up on 90 seconds to the start. Official timers giving the official start for these athletes as they get set to go. And our athletes are now 1 minute for our first skier to head out. 1 minute for bib number 101. And again, that is Guillaume Bertrand wearing bib number 101, going off at 1 minute past the hour. And we are underway. Guillaume Bertrand is on course to be followed by bib number 102, Peter Weil. Weil is underway. Hugh Pritchard, bib number 103, will be the next skier to head on course. Pritchard is off. Scott Bortenay, bib number 104, is the next skier to go as he heads out. Sean Halligan, bib number 105, and he is on course. So a little bit of a break till we have the next skier. It will be Jim Becker, bib number 107. Be the next skier to head out on course, and there goes Becker. Bib number 108 is Edward Feehan. Bib number 108 is underway. Bib number 109, Eli Walker. Matthew Meyer, bib number 110, is out of the start. Bib number 111 is Paul Giroux, and Giroux is underway. Bib number 112 is Paul Chiron. Bib number 112 as Brad Ketterly will be the next to go, bib number 113, and he is off as bib number 114 with Steven Simmerman. Bib number 114, Simmerman, is on course. Bib number 115, Brian Dooley, is underway, and then bib number 116 is Philip Fritz, and Fritz is on course. So that should complete our Masters Men on Masters Men 1. Next up will be our Masters Men 2. The first skier will be Pavel Dvorak, going off at 14:05. Looking at the clock, we're about 2.5 minutes, just under that, from his start. So again, very busy out of the start here in this format, these 5-second intervals between each of the skiers. And we're getting set for our next group of skiers. The Masters 2 will be the next one in the start. Getting set to go. And looking at the clock, we are now 1 minute away from their start. The first skier to go will be bib number 118, Pavel Dvorak. And look at the clock, we're coming up in about 30 seconds for that first skier to head out. Again, that's bib number 118, Pavel Dvorak. He'll be followed by Kirk Siegel, bib number 119. And then 120 will be Jim Ketterling. And our official starters giving the final countdown for our athletes as we get set. Again, these skiers going off at 2:05 on the clock. And Dvorak is on course. He'll be followed by bib number 119, Kirk Siegel. Siegel is underway. Jim Ketterling, bib number 120, will be the next skier off the start line. Moving up will be bib number 121, John Whitmer, and Whitmer is on course. Bib number 122 is John Valera. Valera is underway. Greg Pattison will be the next skier to go. Bib number 124 will be Rick McGuire. McGuire is underway. Next up will be 125, Paul Quinlan, and Quinlan is on course. And so that completes the start for our Masters men. Our next start will be our Masters women. They'll be going off at 2:10. So looking at the clock right now, we're about 4 minutes away from their start. We are now 4 minutes away 4 minutes till the Masters women's start. So I hope those athletes have gotten their chips. Bibs 128 to 138. So we have 11 skiers in this group of Masters women. And we'll be pulling them up to the start. With the first skier out will be bib number 128, Christine Dillon. Be the first skier. We can start keeping our eyes peeled for some of the our leaders on the men's Masters men. And sure enough, we have a skier coming into the stadium, bib number 101. That's Guillaume Bertard coming in. He was our first skier out as Bertrand comes in front of the timing building. So Bertrand had a 5-second start on the next skier behind him, and he looks to have that and more as we look at the stadium. We've had a couple other skiers making their way up. David's Desire, we have a skier on there currently as doing the coach's skate up there. But here we have another skier coming into the stadium, and this is currently our second place skier, bib number 102 on the Master men's side, and that's Peter Weil. And we are now 2 minutes away from the start, our next start with the Masters women. And Bertrand is through with one miss, so he'll have one trip around the penalty lap. And we're now 1 minute away from setting off our first Masters woman. Again, that'll be bib number 128, Christine Dillon. And at 11 athletes, S.J. Shepard will be going off second, bib number 129. And the third skier off the start will be Meredith Carpenter. Again, these skiers going off in 5-second intervals. And looking at the clock, we're about 30 seconds away from setting the first skier. But that'll be waiting for their official instructions from the official timers and starters on the start line as they are counting them down. And looking at the clock right now, that'll be 15 seconds from that start as we send out the Masters women. And Christine Dillon is on course, bib number 128. Bib number 129 is S.J. Shepard. Shepard is on course. Meredith Carpenter, bib number 130, is next to go, followed by 131, Hillary Becker. Becker is on course. Wearing bib number 132 is Shannon Valera. And Valera is underway. Wearing bib number 133 will be Mary Stusser. Stusser on course. Bib number 134 is Lizzie Austin. Bib number 135 will be Meredith Hill, and Hill is on course. Bib number 136 is Carrie Underhill. Bib number 137 is Jen Poutenay. And wearing bib number 138 is Susan Thompson. And Thompson is on course, so that completes the start for our Masters women. So we have a bit of a break now. We've about 20 minutes before our U13, U15 boys will be going off at 2:30. So about 19 minutes from now, we'll send them out. We'll be calling them up at that point. .118, Pavel Dvorak coming in. He was the first to go out in that Masters men's category. So in that group, it'll be any of the bibs between 118 and 127. I had noticed I wasn't able to catch the bibs coming through ahead if any of them were one of his competitors. Bib number 121, John Whitmer, now coming into the range. And just over the rise in front of the timing building here. And so as we look out on the range, those skiers coming in for shooting. .124, Rick McGuire coming into the range. .128 are Christine Dillon coming in, as well as .129 S.J. Shepard. I believe I might have seen Hillary Becker also already through this in the stadium. I thought I saw .131, but I might have been mistaken. And visibility now becoming a little bit of a factor here as the snow continues to fall. As here comes Becker, bibs 130, 131. Meredith Carpenter leading Hillary Becker into the stadium. So Christine Dillon, unofficially our leader here on the women's side, but right behind her we had S.J. Shepard, bib number 129. Those two are shooting at the far end of the stadium at positions 25 and 26. And I believe that is Christine Dillon heading out with 2 misses. I believe at 128. And bib 129, S.J. Shepard, completing her shooting with 3 misses, I believe, on 26 as well. Then at 28 position, another skier with 2 misses on the women's side. So as we're looking out, it's pretty close there in the pack, as Christine Dillon heads out for another lap in the penalty loop. And so we'll have a better idea where everybody's standing once we get into the standing portions and come through. It's a little easier when they come through again to know where sort of everybody's position is within the race. So a couple more of the women coming through. We have Jen Brutnier right now coming in front of the timing building. But I want to keep our eyes open for bib 101. That's Guillaume Bertrand, who is the first skier to go out in the Masters 1 race. And he had quite the lead as he came in through for the first time shooting. And some clean shooting for Hugh Pritchard, bib number 103. And also on whoever was in position 2, we missed that bib, also with some clean shooting. And we are now 10 minutes away from the next start for the U13 boys. So if to have those athletes please begin making their way towards the start area, as we want to make sure to get you all chipped. We've got 11 athletes in that grouping. Bibs 139 to 149. Please report to the start area to pick up your chips. And then 5 minutes after them will be the U13 15 girls, bibs 150 to 158. But right now it is Masters racing, and we'll be waiting on bib 101 will be the first skier to come in. I'm told there's a report on the course. He'll be coming in and be the first skier to be shooting from the from standing position as our skiers do 2 laps shooting from prone, and then two times into the range when they'll be shooting from the standing position. So these skiers doing 5 laps around the respective loops, each group doing some different distances based on their age groups. But the snow continues to fall here as the organizers doing the best they can to keep up with it, keeping the mats clean for the athletes as they come in to shoot. As bib number 123 is now, that's Greg Pattison coming into the range and in front of the timing building. And behind him, bib number 114 is behind the next skier coming into the stadium area. 114, that's Steven Zimmerman, one of the Master Men's 1 racers. Or Pattison in that Masters 2 group. And here comes Christine Dillon into the stadium just in front of the timing building, unofficially the leader on the women's side, I believe coming in for the second shooting. And here comes Guillaume Bertrand, the leader in the Master Men's category. As he comes in, told he will be shooting from the standing position. He'll be standing. And shooting at they get a larger. Our athletes get a larger target when they're standing. A bit harder, a little more challenging as he moves into position 24 on the range. It's bib 130 now coming into the range as well. This is Meredith Carpenter, unofficially in second in the Master Women's side. As we Christine Dillon is currently in the range. And Bertrand is through with 1 miss. Looks like whoever was shooting at position 20 was clean. Missed who that was, but as we see Christine Dillon working her way out of the range. We'll see if that was her position as she heads out on course. And sure enough, Dillon shoots clean, our leader on the women's side. So she's through twice on having shot clean there from the prone position. Next time through, she will be standing. Bib 103, next skier Hugh Pritchard coming now into the stadium. So I believe Pritchard is currently in second in that Masters men's category. So we just saw Guillaume come through having with 1 miss. Pritchard coming in as bib number 103. So welcome in bib number 125 here right in front, Paul Quinlan, as he makes his way into the stadium. It looks like some clean shooting there on position 23. Meredith Carpenter makes her way out of the stadium, having Looks like she has shot clean as well. So clean shooting by both the leaders on the women's side for Christine Dillon and Meredith Carpenter. So those two both through, having shot twice prone. Next time in, they'll both be standing, as we now have three. I believe this is second through 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the men's side of for our Masters men. As bib number 102 looks to be Peter Weil in the stadium, heading out towards the penalty loop. Right behind him is 103, Hugh Pritchard. Missed what positions they were on the range, but both heading into the penalty loop. And those two skiers are in contention for second place in the Masters men's competition. I believe that's bib number 102, Peter Weil, heading out of the penalty loop. So that's unofficially in second place with 103, Hugh Pritchard right behind him. So that's, from what I can tell from the bibs here, I believe that's 2 and 3 in the Masters men's side. And here comes bib number 128, Christine Dillon, as she heads into the range. She's our leader on the Masters women's side, having shot clean the last time through the range. This is her third time in, so she'll be standing as she comes in to shoot. As we look out, no one in the stadium, Meredith Carpenter was the second place skier, bib number 130, so we'll have to keep an eye out for her as these skiers now coming in for the second time, and this time they'll be standing as Dillon moves into position number 18 on the range. So Dillon is through with 2 misses. And we are starting to line up the boys. The boys are starting underway as sort of lost track of time as we're halfway through the, now we're at 2:30. And they are all underway. Apologize for missing out, just trying to keep track of the race in front of us. So all the U13, 15 boys are on course. Bib number 112 shooting clean. And that's Paul Chiron shooting clean. Looked in position 19. As Meredith Carpenter, our unofficial in second place, is position 23 on the range on the women's race. So we have our youth girls now lining up on the start. Looking at that start, we've got Adelaide Pritchard will be the first skier to go out. She'll be going out at 2:35, so we're about 2.5 minutes away from them heading out. She's wearing bib number 150. Wearing bib 151 will be Amelia Turon. Bib 152 is Claire Engen. Bib number 153 is Lillian Sotheby. Bib number 154, Hazel Morton Lynch. Wearing bib number 155 is Elizabeth Searles. Bib number 156 is Emily Pratt. 157 is Teal Flint. And in that group, wearing 158, and our final start of the day is Althea Veve. As they get set to go and looking at the clock, we're coming up on we're almost a minute and a half from their start. As we have our leading youth 13-15 boys coming in, bib number 139 right out in front of us in the stadium. And that's Lance Smith. He was the first skier out. As we bib number 141, he started about 10 seconds behind Isaac Fellows, and the rest of the field streams into the stadium. These U13-15 boys coming in, and they'll be picking up the rifles and heading onto the range for their first time shooting. Bib 102, Peter Weil coming into the stadium with bib number 103. Hugh Pritchard not far behind him. Unofficially, that's 2 and 3 in the Masters men. And the girls are underway. Again, 5-second intervals here for these group of skiers. As Lillian Sotheby heading out, 154 will be Hazel Morton Lynch. 155, Elizabeth Searles. So 3 skiers to go. Emily Pratt heading out on course. Next up will be Teal Flint. And our last skier to head out for the day is Althea Veve. And she is underway, and that completes our start format of the day. Everybody is on course or has completed their racing today. as our Masters men, bib 104 coming in, Scott Boutenay coming in to the range. And bib 128 now coming into the stadium. That's Christine Dillon, the leader on the Masters women's side, working her way in the stadium. Her second time in. She'll be shooting from the standing position. Which means after this, she'll have one lap to go. And Dylan shooting in, I believe that looks to be the position 21. And now our U13, 15 girls coming into the stadium. We have bibs 150 and 151 right close to each other coming in. As we welcome in bib 101, our first skier out, and coming in the leader in our Masters men, Guillaume Bertrand is across the line, and he wins our U.S. Masters Championship. And again, on the girls' side, and the one that's bibs 150 and 151 there, that's Adele Pritchard and Emilia Terron today in their respective categories. As bib number 140, Cole Flint makes his way into the stadium. Bib number 142 as well, River Gray out in front, as the rest of the youth girls field makes their way in the stadium as well, as this train of green suits heads into the stadium and towards the range. So we have one finisher in again. That was Guillaume Bertrand, bib number 101. Last time out, Peter Weil and Hugh Pritchard were pretty close to each other as they headed into the range. I missed how the shooting went for those two competitors, but we'll keep an eye out for those bibs here in the stadium. Again, those would be bib number 102 and 103 on our Masters men's competition. So we have our first skier in. We're waiting for the next finishers on the Master men's side. And again, last time through, it was Peter Weil and Hugh Pritchard, bibs 102 and 103, who were in those second and third positions. And shortly thereafter, we'll be waiting for leaders in our Masters men and Masters women, with Christine Dillon being leader. As we look at, looks to be one of our skiers coming to the finish line, heading for home, bib number 103, Hugh Pritchard coming to the line. The silver medalist today at the U.S. Biathlon National Championships for the Masters Men 1. And he is across the line for Pritchard. So we'll keep our eye out for the rest in that category as Pritchard is in. Again, second place for Pritchard. But we still have lots of skiers to make their way around to completing their race here, as we have youth 13, 15 boys and girls, as well as Masters men 1 and 2 and the Masters women's category. And it looks like another skier now headed for home. Bib number 102, Peter Weil. So Weil and Pritchard were neck and neck there for a bit in the range, but it looks like Pritchard got the best of Weil today as Weil finishes up his race. And that's our top three in the podium. And in bib number 109 is Eli Walker, as Walker comes in towards the finish and finishes up his race for the day. And I guess this is day 2 of competition here at the U.S. Biathlon National Championships. Tomorrow we'll be having the relay, where we kicked things off yesterday with the sprint event, which those results, today's event was based on those results where each of the athletes started. So this pursuit event, the first skier across the line, especially this morning that was that way, was the winner. Today it's based on raw time, as we have another skier coming to the line. It looks to be our Masters women. It's Christine Dillon coming to the line, our U.S. national champion for 2024 for Masters women, and Dillon is across the line. And bib 104 with some high-tempo V2 coming in, Scott Bourtenay. Bib number 105 there as well, Sean Halligan. Those two skiers across the line. So we have 6 skiers in on the Masters men's side. And one of the women, as Jim Becker, bib number 107, comes in and brings the race to a close, heading for home. Bib 110 bringing the race to a close. That's Matt Meyer. Matt Meyer coming to the finish line. As we look at the field, continues to lap through and head for the range. So a lot of our skiers still on the youth side, still coming in shooting from the prone position. So keep an eye out for some of those youth start standing, and then we'll get an idea where they are within that race and give you updates based on that. So a big thanks to all of our spotters helping us keep us informed and doing our best to keep you informed on where things stand in today's event. So we have a number of racers still having completed or having finished on the Masters side. We've got our one woman in, that's Christine Dillon, as we wait for the rest of that field to make their way towards the finish line. And it looked like we do have some of our younger skiers now standing. Bib number 108 coming to the line, Ed Fian. And Fian is across. PEI skier finishing up his event. As we welcome in bib number 130, Meredith Carpenter, the silver medalist for the Masters Women for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. And she's across the line, shooting that toe ahead. And so we are complete with completed that racing for her, as we've got still lots of skiers still out on course. And bib number 129, Estee Shepard, coming in. Bib number 129 across the line. And that was Greg Pattison just across the line. I believe that was our first Masters skier to finish up in the Masters 2 category. And let's welcome in Hillary Becker, big number 131, unofficially rather, third place in the Masters Women category. So our podium is complete there. Again, everything out of the announcer's booth is unofficial. You have to be sure to check results, as our timing crew certainly has that all under control. As bib number 138, Susan Thompson, coming into the line, coming into the finish. We got some clean shooting out on the range at positions 20 and 21. Missing the numbers of those athletes, but some great shooting taking place this afternoon. Definitely far better than yesterday. Yesterday, very challenging with the winds. today, we do have the snow, but it certainly does not affect the shooting quite the way that the high winds did yesterday. The course starting to fill in a little bit from the falling snow, as predicted to get a foot plus here over the next 24 hours. So we'll be definitely interested to see things tomorrow as we have the relay. This is as much as a fun event as it is anything else, as mixing up the age groups a bit throughout the day with our masters as well as our youth skiers competing in their own categories, but each of those groups mixing together individually with the relays, and we'll get to those information tomorrow. But still lots of racing to be had here as we are now looking at the clock. It's we're about 53 minutes since we set the first skier off. As we have bib number 133, Mary Stusser now coming in on the master women's side. So 132, Shannon Valeria coming in as well as bib number 112. And that bib number 112 on the Masters men, that's Paul Shuron. Sorry, 111, Paul Giroux coming in, bib number 111. So Paul Giroux in, one of our Masters 1 skiers. And let's welcome in Jim Ketterling, bib number 120, coming to the line. And bib number 119, Kirk Siegel, bringing his race to a close. And we've got our first youth 13-15 boy, Cole Flint, coming to the line, bib number 140. And he is the national champion there for the youth 13-15 boys, first across the line. As bib number 114 now coming to the finish line, where the Masters men, that's Steven Zimmerman. As Lizzie Austin coming in, bib number 134. As bid 142, River Gray coming in second place for the youth boys. And that was John Whitmer, who came through, bib number 121. And we got bib number 116 coming in, Philip Fritz, bringing his race to a close. We still have a couple more of the Masters men to come in. In the Masters 1 men. And then we have Masters 2, who started about 2.5 minutes. As bib number 139 is the next skier. That's Lance Smith coming in, the U13-15 boys. I believe he might be the third youth boy to come in behind Flint Cole and River Gray. Sorry, Cole Flint and River Gray. So Lance Smith in. That's our unofficially top 3 in the U13-15 boys. Bib number 141 in the U13-15 boys is Isaac Fellows. And behind him, we had bib number 118. We look back to our Masters men. That's the Masters 2. That's Pavel Dvorak, bib number 118. Bib 125, Paul Quinlan on the way in. Quinlan closing out his race for the day. As Declan Hutley, next one in, bib number 146, charge into the line. As well as bib number 143, that's Bowman Sotheby. As we have bib number 122 now coming in, that's John Valera as one of the Masters men. Masters 2 men's category. Still have about 5 or so on the Masters men still to finish. As bib number 144 on the U13 boys, that's Zach Skopinish-Burgle. As Skopinish-Burgle brings his race, finishes up wearing the EMXC jersey and skiing with the Harvard Sports Club. Bib 115 coming in, that's Brian Dooley. As we bib 124 in the mix here as well, that's Rick McGuire. And bib 136 in there, Carrie Underhill on the Masters women's side. So we're still waiting on our first U13 15 girls. As bib number 149, Liam Vile, next skier coming in, and Saku Kerr, bib number 147 as well, the skier out in front with the EMXC race kit across the line. So we now have about 3 or so athletes in that U13-15 boys category. And bib number 145, Leif Helsted, the next skier in. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for all those athletes in green, that river of green, the girls, U13-15 girls. As bib number 113 now coming into the line, let's welcome Brad Ketterling. And let's welcome in bib number 148, Julien Lafontaine. And Jen Boutnick bringing her race to a close, bib number 137 in the finish final shoot. So we still have several Masters women still to make their way to the finish. Also a couple of Masters men, but still waiting that top U13-15 girl. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in our U13 champion. Head toward the line, bib number 115, Adele Pritchard. And Pritchard wire to wire, but she was the first girl out in that U13-15 start order, and first one across the line. And bib 151 just behind her, Amelia Terron. So very close between these two skiers. They started 5 seconds apart, and just a little bit more between the two here as they finish up. As bib number 135, Meredith Hill, is the next skier headed towards the finish, one of the Masters women racers. So we have first and second in on the U13 girls, so the next one in will make that podium. It was Claire Engen was the third skier out of the start, but as we know, so much can change out on the range here. As we'll look at our skiers coming in for another turn around the range and be heading out on course for their final laps. And Althea Veve just shooting clean as she heads out to believe unofficially potentially her final lap. So some clean shooting always puts a smile on everybody's face. And no one likes to send anybody in or anyone likes to go in for that penalty lap, because who likes to ski any further than you have to? As part of the biathlon, part of the mystique about biathlon is that extra element to the skiing is balancing your speed as well, coming in so you ski fast enough but don't overexert yourself that you're too tired when you're in the range that affects your shooting. So looking out, we have a skier, looks like, coming into the finish. And this is bib number 152, Claire Engen, not to be confused with Maine's own Claire Egan, but obviously a strong racer. She comes across the line, finishing up. That's bib number 152, and I believe that might be our third place on the U13, U15 girls podium unofficially. So a great ski for Engen. And just shot that. Teal Flint just shot clean on the block as bib number 155, Elizabeth Searles, now coming into the finish line. Unofficially in fourth on the U13-15 girls. As the U13-15 girls start to stream in, Hazel Morton Lynch heading for home. That's unofficially fifth place there for Morton Lynch, as we about half of the U13-15 girls in. And Lillian Sotheby coming to the line. Bib number 153 finishing up. And as we look out to the far end of the stadium, another green suit in the finish chute. Bib number 156, Amelia Pratt. And just getting the word that the range is closed. So if all our athletes have cleared the range, which means everybody is on their final laps, and we will be welcoming them to the finish as just a few more skiers still left out on course. And emerging from the snows, let's give it for bib number 158, Althea Veve, having shot clean the last time through the range. And let's welcome in the next skier, bib number 157, Teal Flint, our U13-15 girls. Flint, I believe, having shot clean as well the last time through the range, as she double V2 in and across the line as the snow continues to fall here in Fort Kent. Definitely picked up a little bit in the last 15 or 20 minutes or so as the storm continues to move north. Predicted about a foot or so here of snow here overnight. So our staff, the staff here, is going to be working overtime to get everything in order for tomorrow's start. As I believe that brings our racing to conclusion here. We might still have a racer on course. We'll have to wait for official word on that from our timing crew. But a fantastic racing to all our skiers today, day 2 of the U.S. Biathlon National Championships. Again, 5:30 will be the awards banquet at the University of Maine, Fort Kent. And a reminder that there's been a great silent auction there this evening. Some fantastic items, including a pair of gloves signed by Jesse Diggins, a wax iron set and waxing table, along with some lined jeans from Swix, and some swag from both the U.S. ski team and USBA for everybody to bid on. So that going on this evening. But still in the 10th Mountain Lodge, you can get yourself some Fort Kent Outdoor Center branded gear, some hats and t-shirts, etc., as well as some items from the U.S. Biathlon. So you can head on there and take home a memento in celebration of the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships. So I believe that brings our racing to a close, as shutting down, the range has been shut down for a bit, and we're just bringing down timing as we're bringing everything in, V-boards and all, as it's going to be a big day tomorrow for the crew here to get it all set for the relay. So the relay teams are in and set. We'll have all the details on that tomorrow. I'm Mike Collin. It's been great to being with you all weekend. We'll see you again back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, as we have start time listed as 9:30 for the U13, 15, U17 Devo group boys and girls, and then 10:15 with the IBU women's start. 10:18 is the posted time current for the IBU men's start, and 11 o'clock for the Masters, as we'll be closing things out here of 3 days of fantastic competition here at the Fort Kent Outdoor Center for the 2024 U.S. Biathlon National Championships.